Good evening, and welcome to the Tweaks County Board of Education meeting. Thank you to our in-person and online communities and stakeholders for joining us this evening. It is my pleasure to call the Tweaks County Board of Education meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, January 11, 2022. The time is now 6:00 p.m. May we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda for tonight's meeting, Tuesday, January 11th, 2022.
Mr. Chair, I make the motion to approve tonight's agenda for January 11, 2022, regular BOE session.
May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. King. Is there any discussion? Again, this motion is to approve our agenda for tonight's meeting. Are you ready for the question?
Question.
All right. All in favor, say yes.
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 Yes. Raise your hand. Any opposes? No opposed? That motion carries unanimously. We have accepted our agenda for tonight's meeting with no changes or corrections. At this time, may we have a motion to approve the minutes from our December 14th, 2021 BOE work session.
So moved.
Motion has been properly made by Ms. King. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Blackshear. Any discussion? No discussion. I know you by saying aye, raising your hand if you approve this motion. Aye. Any opposes? No opposes. That motion carries unanimously. At this time, I will ask our District 2 representative, Ms. Teresa Blackshear, to give us an ethics statement.
Thank you. In accordance with regulations set forth by the Georgia Ethics Commission, it is the duty of every board member to avoid both conflict of interest and interest of such conflict. Does any board member have any known conflict of interest scheduled before us or appearing on our proposed agenda? Seeing none, Mr. Chair, we will proceed with our agenda.
Thank you, Madam Blackshear. At this time, I will ask any board members if they have any board member or board comments at this time.
I don't.
Seeing none, superintendent's comments and remarks. Good evening, Dr. Bullard.
Good evening, Mr. Harris. Good evening, board members, all of our community members, virtual, and those who are with us, staff that are with us tonight in our boardroom. We do want to welcome all of our students back to school and family members. We want to welcome you back as well. We know and pray that you had a very safe holiday season, and we are excited about the beginning of the second half of this school year. We do want to remind everyone that we do have Martin Luther King Jr. birthday holiday coming up on the 17th. Which is a Monday, so please mark that on your calendars. The school district will be closed at that time. Mr. Harris, that concludes my announcements.
Thank you, Dr. Bullard. At this time, we will enter into our business agenda. Business agenda item A. This is a presentation of Special Education Services Medicaid Payment Consultant Service information item being presented by our CFO, Assistant Superintendent, Mr. James Austin, and our Director of Special Education, Mr. Brian Howell. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Board Chairman Harris, Vice Chair Rouse, who is in his absence, board members, Dr. Bullock, and community members who are watching virtually. Today, we'll be talking about our medical provider services, SES. But before we talk about our services, let's be reminded that we are a school system that has a vision. Generating excellence one team, one goal. Not only do we have a vision, we have a mission to inspire, challenge, and prepare all students to compete globally. What is SES? SES is an organization that specializes in Medicaid reimbursements for school systems as it relates to related services for PEC students. They help to obtain Medicaid reimbursements for speech language pathology, occupational therapy, and physical therapy. What will they do for TWIGs? They will check Medicaid eligibility twice a month. They will provide monthly reports to show that students are receiving their services. They will also provide on-site training, reviews, and phone trainings. They will work with over 3,000 doctors across the state to get the plans of care for our students, including the service providers for Twigs County Public Schools. They will provide a full live support staff. Due to being the primary Medicaid provider in the state, they submit claims every 30 minutes to an hour. They will also review the Children's Intervention School Services Manual every quarter to check for compliance. Now, Mr. Austin will discuss the financial benefits of this program.
Thank you, Ms. Howell. Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, Board Member, Superintendent Dr. Bullard. Ms. Howell has already set protocols, so I'll continue with the presentation. We stated several benefits that SES provides programmatically. However, there are a host of financial benefits as well. Twigs County Public School has not participated in Medicaid reimbursement in the past. This provides an opportunity for us to seek a potential annual reimbursement of $55,247.02. This money will return to our general funds as we pay for the services, speech language pathology, occupational therapy, and physical therapy out of our general funds. SES charges 12% of the amount reimbursed to the district. It'll be roughly $6,000 if this amount holds true, and we'll receive the net proceeds into our general funds account. They do deposit twice a month into our bank account, and this depends on the information that's been submitted by our providers and accounting department. We are excited for this opportunity. It does not cost the district to participate. It just costs us some time and effort to receive the Medicaid application and approval status, and our students continue to receive the great service that they have in the past. Are there any questions, concerns about SES?
I just wanted to clarify, you said it would be no cost to the district?
No, ma'am. They receive their fee out of the amount that's reimbursed.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
sounds good.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that this is the first time this is being done from our Twigs,
Yes, ma'am.
so we've never done this before.
No, ma'am. Not under these conditions with this program. No, ma'am.
Okay.
Are there any other districts that's using this program that you're kind of,
Yes, ma'am. And I'll answer a portion, and Mr. Howard has input as well. I've had experience with them prior at Macon County Schools, and they actually dominate the state. They're the leading Medicaid provider for reimbursements in the state of Georgia. Ms. Howard?
There are over 109 districts that are using this system. Yeah, that's not it.
thank you.
Board members, do we have any more questions for Mr. Howard or Mr. Austin? This is an information item, and we will accept this as an action item at our latter meeting of the month.
Yes.
Perfect. Seeing no more questions, thank you. Business agenda item B, school nutrition substitute pay increase. This is an information item being presented by Ms. Stanley, Director of Nutrition Department. Good evening, Ms. Stanley.
Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Bullard, and Chair members, and to the community. My name is Sandra Stanley. I am the School Nutrition Director, and I will be talking about the funds of school nutrition. But first, I must tell you who we are. Our vision is generating excellence, one team, one goal. And we also have a mission is to inspire, challenge, and prepare all students to compete globally. I will be talking about our school nutrition funds. School nutrition funds are essential to running the program effectively. We have managed to maintain a healthy fund balance and at times seen excess in cash due to physical management. As a result, we have the opportunity to promote better job opportunities and growth incentives. School nutrition program does not require assistance from the general fund. We are supported by the state and student counts for breakfast and lunch. We earn state revenue and have monthly expenditures. The average monthly expenditures are $78,834.25, and the revenue ranges from $52,488.48 to $79,257.17 monthly due to the number of days in the month. Our workload. Our workload is becoming strenuous due to supply chain and staff. There are normally 4 employees on the floor without the manager, but now we have 3, including the manager. So now we have to change the menu sometimes to make it feasible for the students and the staff. And sometimes we can't really change the menu because we want to keep our students eating. So we just have to manage from day to day. Next slide, please. The benefits of the increase for substitutes is job opportunity, growth, longevity with the program, and to change the way a person thinks by maximizing what he or she can achieve. Our recommendation, we network with Baldwin and Wilkinson counties, and their sub pay increased to $10 per hour. Our current situation, our sub pay is $7.25. My recommendation as follows: lunchroom staff sub, $10, lunchroom assistant managers, $13, and lunchroom managers, $15. If I could make this recommendation for now. This concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Any board members have any questions? I would like to say, Ms. Stanley, how long have we been in this shape with such a small staff?
We've been like this since November,
Okay,
because we had a substitute 2 quit.
okay,
That was at the high school, so that brought us down to 3.
okay.
And now at the elementary school, we now have 2 at the high school, because now 1 has COVID. And she won't be back until next Tuesday.
And your substitute list for the nutrition department is very...
There's none.
We need this sound like ASAP.
Yes, ma'am?
So I understand as far as we don't have the personnel also, I agree with the pay increase.
Yes, sir.
To maybe be incentive for someone to work. But in the meantime, how you plan on managing with 2 employees now?
As of now, we're doing good because like we have to change our menus. Sometimes we may have a sandwich or something when we should have a hot meal, but the meal will still be hot. You just have to minimize it to feasible for the staff. I also help too.
We do want to make sure that our kids are eating, you know, properly, good, nutritious, hot meal when needed, and just not that you guys struggling with your staff, you know?
Right.
It's not fair.
Is it a certain qualification that a person have to have in order to work in the lunchroom as of right now?
No, sir. That's no qualification.
Okay.
Question, right now, so what are you in need of? You're in need of just someone to sub, or you need a full-time?
I need full-time. I actually need full-time.
And it's for one person or two people?
I need three. I need actually 3 peoples. I need
3
2 at the high
full-time?
school and 1 at the elementary school.
You said 2 in the,
High school
and 1?
and 1 at elementary school.
And you just need workers, you don't need the managers, you good with your managers,
Yes,
right?
sir. We're good with managers. I just need some workers.
And what are their hours? What would their hours be?
Well, our normal hours is 7 to 2.
Board members, do we have any more questions for Ms. Stanley?
I just got a question for.
Proceed.
for us. I know this is information item, but it seems like it needs to be expedited a little bit tonight. If we can move it, I mean, to me. Maybe we'll talk about it in executive session, I guess, and we'll come back to it.
Dr. Bullock, what is your recommendation?
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, board members, we are in a critical condition. We've interviewed candidates, our Kelly Services have interviewed candidates, and when we get to the point of filling the application and finding out what the pay is, the individuals no longer want to go forward. So we've lost candidates as a result, because they can go to our local subway and make between $10 and $11 an hour. So when the pay is mentioned to them, no one is no longer interested. So in order for us to attract candidates and keep them, we're going to have to address the pay immediately. My recommendation, if you're asking me,
Proceed.
my recommendation is that the Board of Education consider this and as an action item for tonight and approve the pay rates that Ms. Stanley has presented tonight.
My real-time response to that is I think that it is necessary to move this from an information to action item. However, I'm a custodian, not a nutrition worker. Can I get my pay raise at the same time? I'm a custodian. Nutrition got a raise.
I'm going to ask Mr. Austin to come to the podium. We've taken a look at this. Because of Ms. Stanley's wonderful financial management, the school nutrition department, as she has mentioned, operates independently from the general fund, from the school district. School nutrition department is paid from their federal funds, of which she has been able to manage a very healthy fund balance. And we can make this decision tonight without any impact to the general fund. There will be no need for a budget amendment at all. All of the other positions that we're speaking about are paid out of the general fund, and I am going to be addressing some additional requests in executive session in reference to our substitute pay for other positions. But because we are in a critical need and a critical shortage with school nutrition, sometimes you have to do things in triage and address the bleeding area immediately, and then make plans to address the following areas as soon as you possibly can.
Wonderfully said. Board members, do we have any questions for Mr. Austin? I think Dr. Bullock kind of drove the train to its final destination. And I do agree. I think this is critical, and we will address those other needs as Dr. Bullock has planned to do. So thank you for that overview. And this time, I want to ask any board members, as we have made an adjustment, your comfort level in making this decision tonight. Okay. Thank you, Ms. King.
I'm good with it.
Thank you, Mr. Rouse. Thank you, Ms. Blackshear. We have not because we asked not. Thank you for your recommendation. Board members, we've heard the presentation by our Nutrition Department Director, Ms. Sandra Stanley, for an increase of substitute pay for the manager at $15, the assistant managers at $13, and for our regular staff, our floor staff, to make $10 tonight. What is your pleasure?
Mr. Chair, I
Vice
offer
Chair.
motion that we accept the superintendent recommendation as coming from Ms. Stanley's recommendation to increase the pay of the nutrition workers.
Heard.
Second.
The motion's been properly made by Vice Chairman Rouse, District 2 Representative Ms. Blackshear. Is there any discussion? No discussion. I know you by saying aye, raising your hand if you approve this motion. Aye. Any opposes? No opposes. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Let's see if the phone ring off the hook tomorrow, Dr. Bullock. Business agenda item C, FY23 budget development calendar. Information item being presented by our CFO, Assistant Superintendent, Mr. James Austin.
Board Chair, Vice Chair, Board members,
Proceed.
Superintendent Dr. Bullard. It's budget season, and we are preparing to plan fiscally for our students, facilities, technology, and all that makes up the great things we do at Twiggs County Public Schools. However, before I talk about the budget calendar, I'd like to remind y'all of who we are. We're a school district with a vision, generate excellence, one team, one goal, with the mission and purpose to inspire, challenge, and prepare all students to compete globally. January 3rd through the 31st of 2022, we're presenting the budget calendar as we're doing currently, reviewing all of our current supplements, substitute schedules, certified, classified, and administrative schedules. Also, CARES 2 and ARP budget review will be a consistent thread through our budget calendar. We know we have additional monies from the federal government and state, and we want to always consider that as we plan for general funds. February 1st through February 28th, State of Finance Community Presentations. We did a presentation with Fort County Exchange, I think about 2 years ago, and it was well received. We had an opportunity to share the good news of Twiggs County Public Schools, and we feel not a robbery to participate in similar community presentations to continue to show the fiscal strength and some of the items we've been doing in SPLOST as well. I think that's an opportunity for that. School level and department meetings, submission of athletic supplements to the CFO. Senior cabinet will start having their preliminary budget sessions, and again, CARES 2 and ARP budget review. March 1st through the 31st, senior cabinet budget session. HR personnel recommendation. We anticipate that there will be some information available to start making decisions about our upcoming staff in the following year. review of the salary study for teachers, admin, classified staff, and substitutes. Hopefully, we'll be in a position at that time to where we start making decisions about, start discussing the salary schedule and supplements at the board level. Revenue projections for QBE. The state normally provide this information in March, and we anticipate seeing our revenue projections at that time. School level budget sessions, CARES 2, ARP budget review, state of finance community presentations. April 1st through the 29th, approval of the salary schedules for teachers, admin, substitute, classified staff, athletic supplements, any incentives, stipends if applicable. Present the first viewing of the FY23 budget, expenditures and revenue expectations, senior cabinet meeting, CARES 2, ARP budget review, state of finance community presentation. As we move into May, we look at presentation of the FY23 budget, our second viewing, presentation of the FY23 tentative budget for approval and advertisement as we have in the past. In June, we look to legally adopt the FY23 budget. August, legally adopt the 2022 tax digest. Are there any questions, concerns, or comments about the budget calendar as it's presented before you?
Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
With the April 1st through April 29th, 2022, where you list the athletic supplements, is that going to, are you going to include all the local supplements as well? Is it just going to be the athlete supplements?
Any supplements that we have at that time will be presented at that time. Yes, ma'am.
So it's going to be
All
all
supplements,
supplements?
all salary schedules and
Okay.
supplements. Yes, ma'am.
All right, I just saw the athlete, that's why I was wondering was it going to be all.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Any further questions for Mr. Austin? All right. Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Austin. Business agenda item D, 2022 one-time payment for staff and long-term substitutes. This is an action item being presented by Mr. Austin.
Hello again. We've had a discussion in our CARES 2 budget in our last board meeting about a one-time payment opportunity we are providing to our part-time, full-time, and substitutes in Twiss County Public Schools. However, before I enter into the presentation, I'd like to remind y'all of who we are. A school district with the vision, generate excellence, one team, one goal, and a mission to inspire, challenge, and prepare all students to compete globally. The one-time payment will be ready as soon as early as Friday, January the 14th, 2022. As early as Friday, January 14th, 2022. We're making preparation to ensure that we are accounting for everyone. In the next slide, we will see eligibility requirements, so we're preparing for that. The one-time payment will be paid to full-time, part-time, and long-term substitutes. The board has already approved the CARES 2 budget, which consists of this one-time payment. However, the auditors need to specifically see an improvement of this one-time payment in the minutes and on the agenda, because if not, we will receive an audit comment that we do not have proper documentation. So this is a mere formality. The eligibility criteria. Long-term substitutes might have worked a minimum of 45 days between the months of August to December of 2021. I do want to clarify, we're referring to all substitutes, teacher substitutes, custodial substitutes, bus driver substitutes, lunchroom substitutes. If you hold the title substitute in our district, I am referring to you. Full-time, part-time employees must have been at least hired between the months of August through December 2021. However, that same employee must be currently on our payroll. If Joseph Cook resigned in December, Joseph Cook do not receive a paycheck. If Joseph Cook resigned in January the 10th, prior to the pay date, Joseph Cook will not receive. They have to be actively on our payroll at the time of this payment. Kelly Education Services substitutes are eligible. I have spoke with Kelly Services. We had our meeting on yesterday. I informed them of what we will do, and it will not interfere with anything that Kelly Services has or impact negatively our substitutes under that umbrella. We are looking to issue a paper check, not direct deposit. So we find it to be an experience for one to receive $2,000 in their hand, Mr. Rouse. It's the difference when you can see your money and can go to the bank with it. So we find it not robbery to present a check as we present this information. If it pleases Dr. Bullock, the board, my recommendation would be to approve the one-time payment for eligible staff and long-term substitutes of $2,000. Are there any questions or concerns?
Yes, Mr. Austin, I understand, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
I understand we already have accepted the proposal as for the CARES Act budget.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I seen that one of your bullet points or criteria was that they employee have to be from what, August to December, and if they left early, they don't get it, right?
Correct.
And you say you hope that this go out by the 14th.
Yes, sir.
So I can get it on the 14th, and I can resign on the 15th, right?
We hope they won't.
I mean,
But
I'm just saying.
if they're actively on our payroll at the time that we issue the payment, then those individuals be the ones that receive it. So if they leave us on the 14th after if we receive a resignation at 8 o'clock a.m., Friday morning, for example, and that check hasn't been given to them, we pull that check back because they would not have the opportunity to receive something and walk away.
I understand
Yes,
that.
sir.
And if I was going to do that, I would not tell you that Friday, no way. I would wait, you know? I get to you Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying hypothetically, if that happened, I mean, we just...
And that's why I say it's as early as. We have not specified a specific date. Because, again, if we tell you it's going to be Monday at 2 o'clock, then that gives someone opportunity to plan for something like that. And this worst case scenario, we have to use our best discretion to handle that situation. Unfortunately, it can happen, but we have to manage that when it comes.
Mr. Austin, how many Kelly Services employees have we identified that will receive this $2,000?
We've generated a list. Most of our Kelly Services subs were existing substitutes, so it's a large amount. Kelly Services start recruiting their subs November the 8th. So there are some substitutes that would not qualify because they just started on November the 8th. Going to December. So we have identified the 45-day mark. We've looked at it. And so we have a cumulative list that we're going through to fine-tooth comb just to make sure we're following our criteria.
So would you say that 90% of the staff that is employed by Kelly Services were existing substitutes or part-time staff here?
At that time, Kelly Services were 30 days old, so most of the onboarding criteria was for existing subs and transition and training, onboarding, and recruiting. So it was on a 30-day window. So most of them were at that time existing subs.
Any questions, Ms. Blackshear, Ms. King? I'll go back to your question, Mr. Rouse. In reference to the monies allocated in our CARES Act budget, I had an add-on question to that. We allocated funds for this, but was it a line item to be $2,000 for an employee incentive or employee bonus in that CARES Act, or it was just a overall allotment for a few things, and the $2,000 was in addition to it?
It's a good question. In that particular line item, the one-time payment was specific to employees who endured any type of mental, physical hardship as they went through the COVID-19 pandemic in that period. So it was specific to those employees in that period.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I did leave my notebook in the car with that budget. If I may ask you, what was the total amount of that line item?
It was north of 250,000. 286 seems to be in my mind.
In my review, I do recollect that amount, ballpark.
Yes, sir.
The only factorization, give or take a couple of $1,000 for those additions from Kelly Services. So there's some wiggle room there if you add 4 to 5 employees, but it still would be within that line item because I'm pretty sure there's some flexibility in that amount. And we may have lost some employees that we did not replace in that time frame as well that will offset those funds.
Absolutely. It was planned October, November.
Okay.
We just had to go through the CARES approval procedures.
Correct.
So we had already accounted for employees that have since then left.
Okay. Well, no need for this to be the longest portion of our night when we're talking about the celebration of giving our staff, Dr. Bullard, our team, those who work diligently in our school district, some sense of reward for something that they have worked for in these troubled times of COVID. Money won't fix everything, but it sure does help a few things. Dr. Bullard, as we're talking about money, we want the community and the staff to hear from you for your recommendation for this $2,000 incentive.
Thank you, Mr. Harris and board members. You are right. Who could have ever guessed that the world would shut down because of a virus that we didn't see, and that over 1 million people worldwide, and still counting, would be dead and dying? Who would guess that the school districts would be closed all over the country, all over the world? Children will be sitting at home in front of computers, and teachers will be expected to teach virtually and face-to-face at the same time. Who would have ever guessed that we would have custodians in schools taking disinfectant spray, wiping down handles and doorknobs, that we would be buying new water fountains and putting ionic air systems in schools to stay healthy. We would put them on the school buses, and we would require school bus drivers to wipe down seats and to spray their buses so that the virus doesn't spread. Who could have ever guessed that if educators didn't come back to work, our country wouldn't reopen? That is what is happening, and that is what has happened. And our educators should be applauded. Everybody that I just named, everybody that wiped the doorknob, everybody that drove a school bus, everybody that fed a child, that put a hamburger or a sandwich in a bag and put it on a school bus so that a child could eat, everybody that taught a lesson across a virtual or face-to-face mechanism and put themselves and their family at risk in order to open schools because our children were suffering. Who could have ever guessed? These educators are champions. They are champions. They are heroes of our community. They are heroes of our world. And the political scene, if you can remember, the question was, open up the schools. Open up the schools, because the world couldn't open without them. I'm honored that this board was gracious enough to see all that they have endured and still are enduring. We are still in the middle of the pandemic. It is not over, and we've been doing this for 2 years. I pray that we have some relief by the time the summer comes, but I have heard that there's yet a third variant in France. Did you hear that on CNN?
Yes, sir.
And we are going in, we'll pass year 2 in March. I remember we closed the schools on March the 16th, 2020. We are inching up on that now. It's been 2 years that they've been at this. You were right. Money doesn't answer everything. This could not even replace all that they have done, all of the sacrifice. And again, they love our students. They love what they do. Not only do they love their subject, they love what this profession is about, and that is making a pathway so our children can succeed, creating a runway so they can take off and have a better tomorrow. I thank every one of them. I thank you all for approving it. It's going to be my honor and my pleasure to stand in front of them and with their principal and share this small token of appreciation with them, because we don't want our children to suffer as they have. We want to tell these champions, thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment. And we don't want you to leave. I was looking at 60 Minutes, and I don't know if you all saw it Sunday night. I was looking at 60 Minutes Sunday night, case in point, and they had a full segment on what they are now calling the Great Resignation. People are resigning from education. People are resigning from the hotel, restaurant, tourism industry. People are resigning from the retail industry and restaurant and tourism industry in droves because they have to be face-to-face with their client. The LinkedIn CEO said that the Human Resources Association of the country is calling this period in history as the Great Resignation. And we want to say to our educators, to our staff, that you are appreciated. And we don't want you to leave the service of our students. We want you to stay committed. We want you to stay with us. We know it's not the greatest pay, but there's no greater fulfillment, no greater return than what we do. So giving them this very small token. We've had austerity cuts in this state since 2007. QBE has never been fully funded. So this $2,000 doesn't even creep up on what they should have been getting in terms of cost of living increases over the last 10 plus years because of austerity cuts that have happened. So this small token is just that, a small token to say stay aboard, stay connected. We don't want to lose our best and brightest to, no disrespect to the Amazons, Primes of the world. We want to keep them in the classrooms. We want to keep them committed and encourage and motivate and inspire them because of what they do for our children, for what they do for our community. And quite frankly, the community has finally realized what they do for the world, because they are essential workers. And I'm thankful again to the Board of Education for approving this budget line in our CARES Act funds.
Thank you, Dr. Bullard. We have heard our superintendent's call to action, invocation, our mid-year convocation announcement of retention, and I speak to every educator that is employed by our great district of Tweeds. He did not ask you to sign a retention letter contingent to that $2,000, for he said that you deserved it for the work that has already been done, and I agree. We just hope that you would remain with us as we work to build this great district of Tweeds. One team, one goal. Thank you. Well, if you didn't hear anything else, board members, if your hearts and minds are clear, Mr. Austin took his seat because he knew it was already done. All right. Board members, we've heard the superintendent's, Mr. Austin's recommendation and presentation on the second hearing, and we've heard our superintendent's recommendation. What do I hear?
So moved.
Motion was properly made by Ms. Blackshear. May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by District 3, Ms. Rhonda King. Any discussion? No discussion. I know you by saying aye. Raise your hand if you approve this motion to grant our employees $2,000 one-time payment.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposes? No opposes? That motion carries. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. Congratulations to our staff, and thank you for your work. At this time, business agenda item E. This is our FY23, FY24 school district calendar. This is an action item being presented by Ms. Miriam Reardon.
Good evening, Board Chair Harris,
Good evening.
Vice Chair Rouse, esteemed board members, Dr. Bullard, our superintendent, and our stakeholders. My presentation won't be nearly as exciting as the last one. But we are all part of the same vision, generating excellence, one team, one goal, with the same mission to inspire, challenge, and prepare all students to compete globally. Tonight, we're presenting before you the two calendars that we had presented at the last board meeting for your review. These are the two calendars, the 2022-2023 school year calendar, the 2023-2024 school year calendar. And for you board members, in your packet, you had two calendars again that were a size that you could read, not what's on the screen. I wanted to remind you with these two calendars that we went through a process of approval and input with the staff and stakeholders, and we have an approval the approval survey for the 2022-2023 calendar. We had a 96% approval rate. The approval survey for the 2023-2024 calendar had a 90% approval rate. So tonight, we're presenting these two calendars for approval for the 2022-2023 and the 2023-2024 school year. We are seeking approval for these two calendars for the Tweeds County Public Schools. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Reader. Well, we have opportunity to review these calendars, and our team has worked diligently. Dr. Bullard and his team has worked diligently to put together a calendar for 2023 as well as 2024. So we I don't have any surprises. And if there are amendments or changes that need to be made, those can happen. And the board will review those at that time. But I think it's a great opportunity to look ahead in the future to see what the school days will look like up until 2024. So it's very strategic, and I'm appreciative of the presentation. Thank you for all of those who worked to make this happen. Board members, we heard the recommendation. What do I hear?
I make the motion to approve the FY '23 and '24 school district calendar.
Motion's been properly made by Ms. Batcher. May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Mr. Rouse. Any discussion? No discussion. I know you by saying aye. Raising your hand if you approve this motion. Aye. Any opposers? No opposers. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Reardon, for your work.
Thank you.
They calling about that money we just approved. Already. It's all right. Business agenda item F, resolution to approve Tweaks County Board of Elections to call an election. This is an action item being presented by our superintendent and CEO, Dr. Mac Bullard.
Thank you, Mr. Board Chair, Mr. Vice Chair.
Proceed.
Board members, all of our community members that are virtual tonight. We are at the point in our community where we have several of our seats on our Board of Education that will be up for election. Just a quick explanation for the community, just in case they don't know. Our four-member board and chair are elected positions that represent the 4 districts in Twiggs County, and our chairperson represents the entire district at large. 2 of those board members actually are elected on a 4-year term that is elected along with the governor of the great state of Georgia, and 2 of those board members are on a different 4-year term that are elected with the President of the United States. We are now at that point where the 2 board members who are on the 4-year term along with our governor, which is District 1 and District 3, that those 2 seats are now up for election at this general election that is upcoming, as well as our chair position that falls into that same 4-year term. So we do have to get a resolution approved by the board in order for the Twiggs County Board of Elections to actually call that election that is written in our law. I'll read into your hearing the resolution that I'll ask the board to approve on tonight to begin that process. And it reads, resolution of the Twiggs County Board of Education to request the Twiggs County Board of Elections for the calling of an election to elect a chairperson at large and board members for District 1 and 3 of the Twiggs County Board of Education to fill seats as authorized by the 2004 Georgia Laws 4389 as amended for the election of members of the Board of Education and for other purposes. Whereas the Board of Education of Twiggs County has furnished the Twiggs County Board of Elections with a copy of its local legislation, which was adopted during the General Assembly's 2004 session, requiring the calling of a general primary election to elect a chairperson at large and board members of the Board of Education to fill seats for District 1 and District 3, and has requested that the Superintendent of Elections call the election for such question. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Twiggs County Board of Education request the Twiggs County Board of Elections to call and hold a general primary election in the Twiggs County School District, Georgia, on May the 24th, 2022, by qualified voters of said education district to elect a chairperson at large and board members of the Board of Education to fill seats in Districts 1 and 3. Mr. Chair, I present the resolution for the approval of the Board of Education to present to the Board of Elections on tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Dr. Bullard, for a thorough presentation of how this works. We appreciate that. And a reminder to our current board members that it's time to qualify for your next run for election. Looking forward to voting for you all. Listen, we've heard the superintendent's recommendation for the approval of resolution for the Board of Elections called to an election in the 2022 year. And to finish that, Dr. Bullard, those individuals would remain seated in their current seats, and they, if successful, or their opposition, would be sworn in the following year. And so you still have the remaining year on your term. But you all been through this. We've heard the recommendation for resolution. What do I hear?
Mr. Chair, I offer motion we accept the recommendation from the superintendent concerning the resolution of the approval of Twiggs County Board of Education election.
The motion has been properly made by our Vice Chair, Mr. Rouse. May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by District 3, Ms. Rhonda King. Any discussion? No discussion. I know you by saying aye. Raising your hand if you approve the motion to approve this resolution.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposes? No opposes. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We have wait to call that election. Thank you, Dr. Bullock. Our final business agenda item G, the district request being presented by our superintendent and CEO, Dr. Mac Bullard.
Again, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, board members, we do have several district requests on tonight, and the district requests that we have are in the form of field trip request, facility and property request, facility request and property request, excuse me, and fundraiser request. I'll start with the field trip request. Our great special education department at the Twiggs County Middle High School is requesting a series of field trips be approved in order to build the life and social and workforce learning skills of the students in that fantastic department. They're asking for field trips to Goodwill on Eisenhower Parkway be approved for a series of Thursdays from the month of January through March, January 20, February 3rd, February 17, March 3rd, March 17, and March 31. All of those are on Thursdays. They'd like to take their students to Goodwill on Eisenhower Parkway to build their life and social skills. Also, on Thursday, January the 27th, they'd like to take their students to the Kroger in Bon Air to build those life and work-based learning skills as well. And on Thursday, February the 24th, they'd like to take their students to the Target to build work-based learning and social skills. We also have had a request for the use of our JES gym from the Twiggs County, the new Twiggs County Recreational Department on a series of Saturdays, Thursdays, and Mondays. This includes the use of the JES gym for games as well as practices in terms of basketball. And they are asking for the 15th of January, which is a Saturday, for a game, practice on the 20th of January, game day, the 22nd of January, practices on Monday and Thursday, the 24th and 27th of January, game day on the 29th, practices on Monday and Thursday, January the 31st and March the 3rd, game day on February the 5th, practices on Monday and Thursday, February the 7th and 10th, and game day on the 12th. And finally, Twiggs County Middle High School would like to conduct, Ms. Erica Williams would like to, in the special education department, would like to conduct bake sales and cookie sales beginning on Monday, the 10th through Monday of January through Monday, the 28th of February, in order to gain money for community-based instruction. They'd like to raise these funds in order to help pay for food, admissions, and also gain money to prepare for an end-of-the-year celebration. These skills also help to prepare these students for job readiness and also build their social skills as well. These are the district requests that we'd like for the Board of Education to consider and approve on tonight.
Dr. Bullard, I have some questions in reference to the facility and property requests, the field trips and fundraisers. If the board sees no issue, I have no issue with those. I don't know if it's appropriate to discuss or ask my questions in public session or open session in reference to the facility and property requests due to a MOU that has not been signed or publicized, if you will, but it coincides with the rental or the usage of facilities. Board members, do you have any commentary of such subject? If not, Dr. Bullard, what is your recommendation to move forward with your district request? Okay. And do you deem it appropriate to go into my questions in reference to the MOU that hasn't been, just the MOU that has been presented before us, okay, coincides with this request, and I want to collaborate in some conversation in reference to it.
Yes, sir. You certainly can move forward as a board to address the fundraisers and field trips, okay, the MOU that you're referencing, mm-hmm, and documents that, mm-hmm, support that MOU, mm-hmm, are in an executive session packet for you all to, mm-hmm, review. You've had it for preview, but to review, correct, and discuss in executive session tonight. Mm-hmm. If it be your pleasure, after review of it in executive session, we can return and address those at that time.
Okay. Anyone feel the same or feel differently?
I agree with that.
Okay. Ms. Blackshear?
I'm in agreement with you.
Okay. Ms. Game? All right. Superintendent Bullard, thank you so much for your thorough presentation of field trips, facility property requests, and fundraisers as our district requests. Board members, we've heard our superintendent's recommendation. We will at this time accept, or would you like to accept now, Dr. Bullard, those that we will, and then come back to the, yes, second, to the third one? Yes. Thank you. Board members, we've heard the superintendent's recommendation for field trips and fundraisers. What do you hear? What do I hear? I'm sorry.
So moved.
Motion's been properly made by Ms. Blackshear to accept the superintendent's recommendations for field trips and fundraisers. May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. King. Any discussion? No discussion. I know you by saying aye. Raise your hand if you approve. Aye. Any opposers? No opposers. That motion carries unanimously. And we will come back for facility and property requests at the conclusion of our executive session. Dr. Bullard, have I exhausted our business agenda for tonight's meeting?
Mr. Chair, you have exhausted the agenda for tonight.
Thank you. Board members, at this time, may I have a motion to enter executive session?
So moved.
Motion been properly made by Ms. King. May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Rouse. Any discussion? No discussion. I know you by saying aye. Raising your hand if you approve the motion to exit public session and enter into executive session. Aye. No opposes. That motion carries unanimously. We are now in executive session. Thank you. And good evening again to our online viewers tonight, to the board this late evening, to our superintendent and to our staff that remains with us. Thank you so much for your time and your dedication to our district. At this time, I would like a motion, if you would, to exit executive session and enter into a public session.
So moved.
Motion been properly made by Ms. Batcher. May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Rouse. Any discussion? No discussion. I know by saying aye, raise your hand if you approve this motion. Aye. Any opposers? No opposers. That motion carries unanimously. We are now back into public session. Our personnel matters, legal and land discussions. Thank you so much, Dr. Bullock, for great conversation and as we continue to grow and learn about the business in Twigs. At this time, I will hear your recommendation and we will act accordingly.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and board members, I recommend that you approve the new hires and the resignations, renewals, and rescindments as presented during executive session.
Board, we've heard the superintendent's recommendation. What do I hear?
I move that we do the new hire and do the resignations and rescindments for those listed during the executive session.
Okay. I'll restate Ms. King's motion is to accept the new hire, CID 479, and also accept the superintendent's recommendations and approval of resignations and rescindments for EID 3161, 3096, 3381. Board, are we taking these at one time or should we take these separately as we have a motion on the floor? Or taking it one time. It's been properly motioned by Ms. King to accept the superintendent's recommendations as listed.
Second.
Motion seconded by Vice Chair. Any discussion? No discussion. I know you by saying aye. Raise your hand if you approve this motion. Aye. Any opposers? No opposers. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Dr. Bullock, your second recommendation for tonight.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, board members, I recommend that you approve the facility and property request that were reviewed as district request on tonight. That was already previously reviewed.
Board, we've heard the superintendent's recommendation for facility and property requests. What is your pleasure?
I move the motion to approve the facility request.
Motion been properly made by Ms. Batcher. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Rouse. Any discussion? No discussion. I know you by saying aye, raising your hand if you approve this motion. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposers? No opposers. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Dr. Bullock, your final recommendation for tonight's meeting.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, board members, I would like to ratify our board agenda in order to include the November 30th, 2021 and December 10th, 2021 emergency field trip request approvals that were made via electronic communication. The month of November 2021 only had one board meeting on November the 9th, 2021, due to the Thanksgiving holiday, and on November the 30th, 2021, I, as superintendent, asked the board via electronic communication to approve 3 field trip requests that would occur prior to our December 14th, 2021 board meeting. And the board approved those 3 field trip requests via electronic communication. And also, in the month of December 2021, it only had one regular board meeting on December the 14th, 2021, due to the Christmas holiday. The board had a retreat on December the 9th, 2021. And on December the 10th, 2021, Dr. Bullard asked the board to, via electronic communication, to approve one field trip request that was forgotten to be obtained during the December 9th board meeting. The board did approve that field trip request via electronic communication. I'd like to ratify our minutes and agenda to accept those electronic communication votes.
Well, we've heard the superintendent's recommendation for ratification, changes made to our formal documents as we accept these changes. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chair, I make the motion to accept the ratification of electronic votes for both dates, 11/30/21 and 12/10/21 field trip request.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. King. Any discussion? I know you by saying aye, raise your hand if you approve the motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation for ratification for electronic votes.
Aye.
Any opposes? No opposes. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Bullard, does that conclude or exhaust all of your recommendations for the board tonight?
Mr. Chair, that exhausts.
Or are you exhausted?
That
Thank you.
exhausts our agenda on tonight, sir.
Board, have we successfully and courageously discussed all matters at hand or presented on our proposed agenda for tonight's meeting?
Yes, we have.
Thank you. At this time, I ask for a motion for adjournment. Mr. Mike?
So moved.
Second. May I have a second?
Second motion.
Second motion by Vice Chair, motion by Ms. King. Any discussion? No discussion. Anybody saying aye, raise your hand if you approve the motion for adjournment. Aye. Any opposes? No opposes. That motion carries unanimously. Good night, board members. Good night, Dr. Bullock. Good night, Tweaks County.
Thank you, sir.